So you're welcome to our journey. You're welcome. Today we are going to continue with our process of streaming the various apps that we are working on our quest to hit $500,000 from revenue from the various web apps and mobile apps that we are developing. So if you love the process that we get to do on this channel, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe to the stream. It is the freest thing. It is one of the most important things that you can be able to do for us on this journey. And you joining us, I'm going to promise you that for each and every subsequent stream, we are going to improve and ensure that the experience you get to have is much more better. So we are going to continue now, and we're going to look at one of our web apps that we've been building. It's a tour automation tool. We're going to look at it shortly, and what we've done so far and the things that we are going to continue to do. So please subscribe.
Mathematics of the gutter, calculate the risk, sharp focus in the blurry zone. Hold the vision tight, don't let it slip. Timberland prints in the slushy suit. Mental fortress, doors bolted shut, watching the hawks from the fire escape.
So let's continue. So this is our platform that we've been looking at. It's a tour automation platform. Let me first overall refresh it. So this is our platform. It's a tour automation platform. So basically it has various sections, and one of the sections that we have, the initial one, it is the dashboard. So the dashboard is synchronizing all the functionalities that we have in this app, and it shows the various elements, and it captures feedback from the travel destinations that users have requested, the ones that have been set up on the itinerary, how the elements have been set up in the coaster allocation. Also, it captures information about the reservations and the inquiry, the costing, and everything. And it also captures information about the agent performing and the booking density based on the people who are really requesting these elements effectively well. So the other area that we have this itinerary builder, where someone can be able to build out various itineraries, and they can actually build out several itineraries, and with that they can actually export it to the stored itineraries here. And from here it becomes very easy for the users to get access to their information. And this is how it looks after the users completed the process. So basically this is the simple I can say the simple of how I can explain what we've built out. Now this is the very platform for which we've received payment, which is quite amazing, and I love the fact that it's built out very well to serve the purpose that we've set it up to build. So for this purpose, we are going to make a few refinements. We are going to continue to make refinements screen by screen, because there are certain pending elements that we have here. But the elements that we are going to refine are going to start from this section, which is the tracking section. So let's go here in our Notion, where we had set up our primary functionality. What we want to refine, there are several elements that we want to refine. So this here, we had set up our explanation in terms of the things that we want to. First of all, we want to be able to refine these cards. Mostly the names of the cards that have been set up, but also we want to ensure that we can be able to track the activities that are in the field based on time. So this is our prompt. I'm going to get it. And I'm going to go back here and put it here. For the people who have not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe to this stream. Join our journey, join the process. And I believe when you join the process, along the way, you're going to learn a lot of things that we get to do. So if you truly want to join a community that is geared to learning and improving on a daily basis, please subscribe to the stream. So let's run this prompt. Given that we had already set it out, let's run it.
Keep that energy right there. Just you in the sky.
So let's run that.
Let's go. Feel the current when our bodies touch. Under the stars it never is too much. City pulses beating our feet.
Let's run that. What we are trying to get is that we are making modifications to this. Making modifications to this screen. Currently, these cards have been set up and they have functionalities of tracking the live safaris. But when let's say Safari was tracked earlier, it has this element tracked. If it is live within the time jurisdiction, then, or if it is not, the time has not yet arrived for this Safari to happen, then it has this live element. So you can be able to look at the ones that are not yet really set up. But what we are trying to refine, it is mostly information in this activity card. We want to ensure that there are tags that have been set up effectively well. But currently we didn't have that functionality, so it's the one that we are trying to refine. And Google Anti-Gravity is looking at our mostly the context of this particular screen, and we want a solid implementation plan. I'm going to look into it and then approve it. Then from there we can be able to continue and get to view what we can be able. I want us by the end of today, I'm going to ensure that this screen has been refined very well with all its functionalities, and if that is a better practice, then from there we can be able to proceed to another screen. So the aim is to ensure that at least by the end of this next coming week, this platform, we are done with it, and we are also going to integrate its back end effectively with Firebase. So I believe this is something that is doable effectively well.
Un bajo profundo y palpitante entra con un ritmo de Latin House clásico y un cencerro energético.
So let's wait for this implementation plan. Then we look at it and be able to approve it and continue. I'm going to call upon the people who have not yet subscribed to the stream. Please subscribe. When you subscribe, then you've joined this journey. You are supporting us along the way, and I can assure you that as our community grows, our experience is going to grow, and we're going to continue to create much more value for each and every one of you, and for each and every time that you join this stream. So please subscribe, and thank you for the subscription. So let's target. So what we are trying to do when it comes to the timeline, we are trying to ensure that we add tags if an activity was completed, we are going to add a tag of completed to it. If it is in ongoing in that current time period, then it's going to have a tag of ongoing. If it is an activity that's coming next, it's going to have a tag next. We want to have a standardized practice of someone tracking each activity as it is going on, which is quite amazing. If you have a standardized structure of doing things in that way, then it becomes quite easy for any tour company that is tracking this. So remember, when you're building out most of these elements, what you're doing, we get the activities that a particular business does. These are we are doing for this particular tour company. But if it were, let's say, if it were a tech company and they are serving clients and there are processes that they go through to serve these clients, we would look at mostly their activities. How do they get to deliver this service to their clients? And we would automate around that. So for the people who are looking to build these systems for businesses, you have to identify the pain points of this business. You go around it. What are they facing? What if maybe it's a business that they're doing where they have clients, but they don't have a way to track the analytics of the feedback from the clients and what they are giving out and how they are serving the clients, what the clients are saying, how they can get to understand that information. So if you can be able to automate that for this specific business, then it's going to be a game changer. So the thing is mostly to learn the essence of what I'm talking about. This platform is just a sample to teach you what you can do for any business. Because when you look at this, as it is, when you look at this company, they get to, I talked to them and they gave me information about the activities they do. They get to craft out itineraries. Then they get to track emails. The itineraries is the first activity they get to do. They get to write out emails and also respond to emails. They get to cost out safaris, which is this other tab of costings. They also get to make reservations. And for the reservations, they get to make reservations for both from the reserving safaris from the clients, but also after clients pay, they make reservations to various entities where they're going to pay certain items, where the clients are going to stay, sleep, where the clients are going to go and maybe visit. And then they also have they get information of various accommodation places where the clients stay. So I included each and every element of this company in a much more complex way, and for each and every activity I've included what they do to be able to do it from a single platform and to be able to track it. So that is how you go out to any platform and you are able to understand them. If let's say you are dealing with a company that is generating, maybe helping clients understand their clientele, you can build for them a system that truly tracks their interactions from when the client comes in, from how they deal with this client after they go out of the door, the review that the clients give, how they can be able to assess that wholesome lay, and what kind of data they can be able to get from that. And you can be able to automate that. That's why we even have a dashboard here. That's why we even have a dashboard on this platform, because when you look at the dashboard, it is synchronizing information that's coming from mostly the other parts of this web app, which is a standardized practice that the people want to understand if they have done something. What is the significance of what they are doing on a daily basis? So if you give them an analytics platform added on to already the automating the activities that they are doing, then it becomes quite easy. It becomes quite easy. To automate it. Yes, clients are going to really want various things. If you are working with them, you can be able to do a site visit. So this is how I brought in this gig. I went to their company, looked at what they were doing, noted out the activities. Then I did map out of how I'm going to create the product road document for this. And then I set out to have different sections for each and every activity that they get to do, and the functionalities and the key features that I'm going to map to it. And then when I mapped that, I started building out with Google Anti-Gravity, but I never just build out. I went to the process of making this layout. Let me go here to Google Stitch and show you something of how I mapped out this. So after understanding the context of what I was working with, I went to Google Stitch and I created first of all, I created a product road document, and from the product road document, I created this this tool I created screenshots for what we are going to build out when it comes to this platform. So these were my sample screens that I had, and these were the screens that were generated. These were the screenshots that were generated. So if you are mapping out and you're trying to get the UI of whatever you're building out, Google Stitch is a very good and credible tool that you can use to build out various sections of your screen, like the screenshot, the screen that we are on, which is the active safaris, is here. So this is our real screen. Of course, we've made some refinements to it, but this was our UI screen. Now, the good thing that with Google AI Stitch is that you're going to be able to export these screenshots effectively well with code, which makes the process easier. So that is basically what I can explain in terms of bringing in clients. Clients can be able to come in and you can be able to automate, but you automate around their problems. If you can do that, then you've really solved their problems. So let's try and look at what was done for these screenshots. So what we wanted to ensure that for these elements where the Safari is live, we can be able to look at and track these safaris with the real timelines that are happening. But the challenge is that we don't have a safari that is that has dates that are current. So what I want to add let's add a request here. So we are going to make refinements to our activity timeline texts, and when it comes to tracking with time, only the activities that are happening on that particular day, that correspond with the right date and the right time will show ongoing. If we have if we click on a trip with a later date, it should show text tag coming soon if the date for that activity has not yet reached. The essence of the refinement is to ensure that we track only and only the live trips and its activity on the right date that it is happening and on the right allocated time for its activities. So let's make that refinement. So let's continue with making that refinement, and then we are going to review it. For the people who have not yet subscribed, please, I'm going to call upon you to subscribe. Subscribe to the stream. So we're making some refinements to our code. So let's look at the implementation plan. So let's make that refinement, and then we are going to proceed. Yes, what we are working on, we are trying to make refinements to our platform that is fully automated. This is the very platform for which we've already received initial income from automating it for our clients. So we are continuing to make those refinements to ensure that it is set up very well. And one of the refinements that we are making, we are refining the tracking system to ensure that only the safaris that correspond with the current date are being tracked. So the live safari ticker should be available for these safaris that are already being set up and are being tracked. So let's go here. I think we need to add this error to our build out code. Now that we've completed with the refinement that we are making, So we are going to make refinements to ensure that we fix this error. So let's fix this error that I'm receiving currently, as I've shared it above. Fix it without distorting functionality for our code. So let's run and be able to fix the error effectively well. If you love the content that we put out, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe. Subscribe to the stream if you enjoy what we do and you want to follow along this amazing journey. And subscribe, and so that you are able to get subsequent notifications as we stream. And our process is to ensure that we do everything here. You get to view it, you get to learn as we proceed, which is quite amazing in that way. So let's run this. Remember, we are trying to make a refinement to an error that we've been receiving from our code. So we are making a few refinements to that and to fix it. If you love the content that we are doing, please subscribe, and also like this video. The more you get to like these videos, the more they get to have access to much more people. And I know there are other people who are also in this very journey. So as we get to grow this community, we get to even improve what we do and make it much more better. So this is the error that we are trying to solve, and after it is done, we are going to review it effectively well. At times, you're going to have scenarios where Google Anti-Gravity is taking up quite a lengthy time to solve a particular issue, but it happens because these are LMs that mostly look at the broader context of your app, and they're going to give you mostly feedback based on the whole time, the broad context of your app, which is quite good, because earlier we were struggling. You had to make refinements maybe from outside, and then you bring the code back, but here it gets the whole context, the errors that you have in your app, and then it refines it, and it returns it's going to return functionality that you want to maybe work on in a much more better way.
Make this feeling always last. Always
So it's still loading. So let's continue with making this refinement, and then we are going to review it. So this was our screenshot, and what we are trying to find is the tracking screen for it to be able to work effectively well. So let's run this. I'm basically working on the tracking screen as it's still loading and making refinements to the website. So this was our UI screen. I normally have a practice that for each and every functionality that I'm going to set out in the platform, I always do UI screens, and the tool that I'm using currently, it's called Google Stitch. So with this screen, you are able to track live safaris that are really in the field. Someone can click maybe on this card, which is the Serengeti migration card, and when they click, they get to view the activity timeline, what is really happening, and maybe if the clients are going for a game drive, if maybe they are having a bush breakfast, it's going to be tracking that in real time. So we are harmonizing the tracking logic, the backend logic, but you also want to ensure that for the subsequent for the coming trips that are not yet in play, for the dates which are mapped with later dates, they are also having tags, which is quite a standardized practice. Like I told you, when you're building out these platforms for any company, what you're going to do is that you have to get access. First of all, you're going to understand that there are various activities which they do. And with this, for me, I first understood activities like the safaris. That's why I set out to build this Safari builder, and also integrate elements like reservation boards and everything. So it's complex, and the complexity comes with the understanding of the activities of that particular client, and you building around that, which for me is a better way of approaching these elements. So when you look at what we have, let's get this error, because this is the screen that we want to track. Refinements were made, but we are still getting this error when we click. So you're going to get this error and return it, this next.js error, and return it to Google Anti-Gravity, because at times you're not going to at times you're going to get these errors. They're going to show up in the terminal, but again at times you're not going to they are not going to show up, which is quite understandable. So the good thing is that we are building this platform using Next.js, and with Next.js, you always, if there is an error, you're going to get a feedback of what is happening in terms of that specific error on your screen. So it becomes easy. We are going to bring this error and put it here. There are two errors. So that is the first one. Let's copy the second one here. This one is quite short. So let's copy this one and put it here, and then we are going to put in a request. And thank you for the refinements that you've made for the earlier. Thank you for the refinements that you've made for the earlier. tracking logic that we set up. However, when we click on the tracking cards, we are getting these two errors above that are pasted in this chart. I want you to look at them as a senior engineer and systematically be able to debug them and solve this. You're going to solve this without distorting the functionality that we've already set up for this specific screen and for the entire context of our app. So let's make these refinements and then look at it. So at times we are going to get these errors here in the terminal, but for our case we never got the errors in the terminal. We got them on Next. They are showing here on Next.js, so that's why we copied them and we brought them here, because Google Anti-Gravity, understanding the complex context of our app and being able to access each and every part of our code base. The agent is the coding agents really understand it, and they make refinements based on the information that has been laid out in the error, which makes it quite much more better. So if you've just joined, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe. When you subscribe, you have joined our community, and it is a community that is really trying to showcase what vibe coding is all about. But most importantly, we are vibe coding these apps to go and hit our journey of earning $500,000 from the various apps that we code out for our clients. But most importantly, other apps, web apps and mobile apps that we are going to build out to make money from. So if you love the journey, if you love the process, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe and follow up. Your subscription is one of the things that really grows the community. I appreciate it, and I can tell you that you're going to have a better experience for each and every time that you get to watch this. And I believe that each and every element of our process is going to be explained. You watch as I explain what I'm doing, which is I believe a very good learning process. So what we are tagging, so what I want for these activities, so what you get to view for these activities is that the activities that are not yet done, they need to show the element coming soon. But currently what it shows, it switches back and then it's also showing coming soon. So that means that it has been integrated, but the display is what we need to work on. So let's go here. So the integration has been made, but it's not the display is not static. So I want to thank you for integrating logic. Thank you for integrating logic for tracking the live safaris that are happening on that particular date, and for the activities that are happening in that particular time that corresponds to the correct current date, and also integrating the ongoing element for the coming safaris. However, when it comes to the ongoing logic, currently these ongoing tags are showing very well where they are supposed to be on the various activities, but they are not static. So it's like the activity timeline is switching back to not showing these tags, and then after a few seconds it switches back to show them. So the thing should be, or the element should be, that if the activities in a certain trip that is coming on a later date and the date has not yet reached, the ongoing tags that are shown and are mapped to each and every activity, they should be static. And also I believe the text color for them should change. We need to to use another visible but solid color, that is for the text ongoing, to ensure that it is visible and for the users to truly understand that this is a trip that is for a later date and it's incoming and the activities are not yet in play. So let's fix that. So as we this is what it's doing. It's showing this incoming coming soon codes, and then it's switching up. So I'm trying to fix that for it to be kind of static. Because it shouldn't be switching back to the ongoing, because there isn't any activity that is ongoing. So let's fix that. After that, I'm going to fix something here. When you look at these cards, they are mostly showing the locations, and here the title is for the latest card. It is showing the ESU code, which we are going to fix. We want it to indicate the right name of that specific itinerary as saved in our store's element. So let's look at this. For the people who have not yet subscribed, please, I'm going to call upon you to subscribe to the stream, join our journey, join our family that has a goal to hit $500,000 from Vibe Coded Apps. I'm going to showcase this process day by day, and you're going to see it unfold, and you're going to look at various elements in the process, like building out these elements and then marketing them, creating content for them. We are going to automate each and every step of the process as you get to see it. So if you love the content, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe, join our community, and I believe throughout each and every day we are going to ensure that you have a better experience for each and every live stream that we have, and we improve this experience for each and every day. So if you feel like you want to follow our journey, please don't hesitate to subscribe, and thank you so much for the subscriptions. You can like the video, you can hit the notification bell to be notified for the coming streams, and ensure that we can be able to put us to accountability as you, the subscriber. You are the accountability partner for us to be able to continue and be able to hit this figure effectively. So if you love the stream itself, please subscribe. And I'm going to assure you that each and every stream is going to improve. You're going to improve this experience on each and every day, so that you can be able to get the best out of it in terms of learning and also improving. And I would also love to get to know that the people who are in the community, they are trying out the use of these platforms, and they are also automating things, and they're building out things much more effectively in that way. So we are making refinements. Earlier, one of the elements that we are refining, we want to ensure that we can be able to track activities in real time. So the real time logic is what we are adding, but we had challenges because one of the elements, mostly for the safaris or the trips that are coming later, it was mapped to coming soon, but the activity timeline card, mostly the activities were switching back to the earlier mapping where they were tracking a safari that was not yet in play in terms of the date, the right date. So that is what we are trying to make changes to. So it's finalizing with the walkthrough. So let's send these problems that are happening here, and we are going to say can you solve these errors without distorting our logic in this app? So we got some error. We are solving it so that we can be able to continue and look at the refinements that we are making. I think it has fixed it. Let's go back and look at it. So we're going to copy this error itself. It's reloading. Let's go to Google Anti-Gravity and run this. Let's put it here. And let's continue to run this and ensure that everything is set out very well. So this process is quite great, but most importantly, we always give out the instructions for the functionalities that we are working on. And after we give out the instructions, if maybe you are not really getting what you want, we want to always structure it in a much more better way. But also for the instructions that we are giving out, the initial instructions that we are working with, we have set out a master prompt, and that master prompt has various sections. When you look at this implementation plan, we've mapped it to our master prompt. When you are vibe coding, I believe prompting is one of the key skills that you are going to need when you're working on something. So for this, we've mapped it out in a much more better way. We have various sections. You can look at the very element that you want to solve, and then we go into the context, the huge explanations of what we really want to solve. And sometimes when we have some issues, it becomes easy to also highlight the issue, and then the request, you look at the request, what we want to exactly change and handle. We have the note. The note really talks about the things that should not be done if there are constraints to what we are implementing. Let's say we want to implement a certain functionality, but we don't want to change the whole context of that specific screen. We are going to have it here in the note section. Then the verification plan. Sometimes the verification is done by the agent. It goes on to open the website and make verifications for that specific logic. But sometimes the verification is done manually. So it's going to tell us that this is what I've refined, but you go and make the manual verifications. So that is the process. Google Anti-Gravity is set out in different sections. Context, it gives you the implementation plan, and then if you approve it, it implements, and after the implementation plan, it gives you the walkthrough. So you have a walkthrough of what it has done, so you can be able to review it even before you accept the code, which is a better practice. So these are our activities. Let's click here. So what we wanted to have these elements which have been set out, which is the coming soon. So it shows that these activities are coming soon. Given that we've mapped our logic to the current activity, when you look at this activity card on the header text of the activity card, on the right top corner, you get to view this text which says no current activity, which means that only and only safaris that have maybe have started or are running on that particular day are the ones that are being mapped to the live activities. So what we are going to do, we are also going to change here a few things, because currently for the activities or for the trackable cards, one of the tags that we've put on the safaris that we are done later, which is the tracked, when the dates are completed. So that means that safari was tracked. But for the safaris that are live, it is only the safari that is within the specific dates that is mapped to the period within the specific dates that are aligned with the current date. So we are going to map it to live, and we are also going to ensure that if there is any safari here that was that is showing here, but it's for the coming dates, it's also going to have coming soon here, so that the coming soon on the top of the cards aligns with the coming soon below for the cards that are not yet in time. And for the one that is in time, we're also going to make changes to that. If you love the content that we are putting out, I'm going to continue to call upon you to please subscribe. So we are going to refine this error, but it was refined effectively. So let's accept this and let's make some changes. Now, when it comes to the functionalities of tracking, I believe the logic has been set very well, but we are going to make a few refinements. For our trackable cards, currently we have text tags, given that if a trip was, if the dates that are tagged onto a trip are older dates, then it is showing the tag tracked. And if currently the current logic is that for other upcoming trips that are shown up on the tracking screen, they are showing live. But we are going to change the logic. We are also going to ensure that for these specific cards, we tag them, the names of these cards, we tag them to as far as the time period is concerned. If the dates are order dates, then we are going to leave it the way it is, to be to have the text track name tracked. If let's say the trip is ongoing and it's within the current dates. Let's say a trip is starting on a certain date in February. Let's say the 3rd of the 3rd of February 2026, and it's being completed maybe on the 11th of February 2026. So it's within that time period. So if that a safari is within a certain time period that is ongoing, or let's say some days have been done and some days have not yet been done, those are the trips that we are going to tag with the live tool. So we need to ensure that the live tag on the trackable card is tagged to a trip that is currently ongoing. It could be that some of the days are completed, but some days are yet to come. But it should be that it is an ongoing trip. But when it comes to the trips that have not yet been activated, the trips that are having later dates that are upcoming, then we need to also tag these ones with the coming soon, and it needs to show on the trackable cards. The other thing that we are going to change when it comes to these trips are initially stored in the stored itineraries screen on our itineraries screen. We need to ensure that when these cards show, the black bold text of these trackable cards should show the real names of these trips as they are saved in the stored itineraries. So we are going to map that out and ensure that these trips are identifiable by the name, and below them we are going to have the trip ID, which is already there. So we are going to maintain the trip ID which is below, but for the header text, it should show the real name of that trip so that someone can know which trip is being tracked. So I want you to create an extensive implementation plan that entails each and every element that I've mentioned above, and it should follow the layout of the master prompt that I've given you. And I've refreshed the master prompt file in this request so that you get to understand the layout. Create an extensive implementation plan. I'll review it, and then we are able to solve this issue. So you're going to work on this. For the people who have just joined, we are making refinements here. We want to be already, one of the refinements that we've already made on this stream is that for the upcoming trips, if let's say you click on a trip and it has several activities and it's upcoming, here it's going to show you that the trips are upcoming. That means the exact date of this trip has not yet come. It's on a later date. So that's why it's showing upcoming. Now for the live itinerary, for the live trips, the ones that are in play, that correspond with the correct date. It is what we are trying to make refinements to here, so that when they come in play, they are being tracked day by day, activity by activity, based on its timeline. And also what we are trying to change here, we are trying to change the names of these trips. Currently, they are just picking out the names of some of the accommodations that we have, and some this other card is just showing the ESU number. We are changing that to have the right names. Remember that the names that we want to tag these trips to, let me go back to the itineraries and show you. We have our itineraries already saved out. So you see these, they have names. Let's say like this one, Hillside Family Safari, Augusta Family Safari. So they have their kind of names. So we want to ensure that these names are the ones that appear. That appear here on this title header. So those are the refinements that we are making. If you've just joined the stream, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe. You subscribe and join our journey as we proceed to make refinements to this platform. This platform is for a client who has already paid the initial payment. So let's continue with this. So it is still working. Let's allow it to finish up, and after the finish up, we are going to continue with that specific refinements, to look at it and look at the elements that have been said. We are trying to harmonize the functionality and logic of the tracking the live trips or safaris that are in play. So given that this element, it's mostly standardizing each and every element of the of a tour company workflow, and one of it is to be able to harmonize and track what is happening on a particular trip. So we are trying to automate that process, and we are tracking that in correspondence with setting up logic for the live safaris, are the ones that have been completed and the ones that are coming soon. So all these will be tracked, and we are tagging them with certain text tags for the activities, but also for the trackable cards. And now, right now, we are making changes to the trackable cards, and that is one of the most important logics that we have. This platform has several sections, but today we are trying to work on this one in particular to fix it and ensure that each and everything is aligned. After I've solved this, I want to go back to one of these strips that is being tracked and change the dates to the current date and be able to track that. Let's get this error, copy it here and put it here. So we are getting this error after the completion of the refinement that you've made. Can we please fix it and ensure that it is resolved without tampering and distorting logic that we already have in our app? So let's also reference this one that we have in our on the problems and ensure that it is sorted out. So if you just joined the stream, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe to the stream and get to follow along. We are in this journey in the process of building out and making refinements to this tour platform that we are working on. This tour platform has various sections, and we've coded out most of the elements and tracking screen, and the ones that were tracked are mapped tracked, and the ones that are live are marked live. But given that this is showing given that this trip is supposed to happen on a later date, it's showing the coming soon tags, which are okay. So the activity timeline is okay based on, but what we need to fix is these trackable cards. Let's it has made this refinement, but let's reload it and be able to review that. I think it has resolved it. It is resolved. So for the ones that are coming later, we've resolved two elements. One of the elements that we resolved, it was the name. We wanted to get the real names of the safaris, but also we wanted to have a tag, the coming soon tag here to these safaris, because if they were tracked earlier, then it's okay. They are going to show that this was tracked. Then the coming soon, if it's coming soon, so it has been set up. So let me go back. Let me go back and make changes to one of these safaris. Given that I have identified the name, let me go and make some of the changes. There's something that I want to see and then come back and harmonize it with also the activity timeline. As let's go here. I've identified one of the names of the safaris that is being tracked. So let's go here. I want to look at these names and let's go here. Look at this new inquiry and let's map it. Camp Conquer. So let's change the reservation status to completed and update it to paid all. So it is here, we have it. So let me go to this specific itinerary and make changes to it. So what I want to change is mostly the dates. I'm going to change the date. But before we change these dates, I've identified that the date picker is not set up very well for this. So before we make that change, let's go here. I make a little refinement, and then we refine those dates, and then I can be able to check the functionality that we've worked on the tracker. If you've just joined, we are working on a make refinements to our platform. So if you have not yet subscribe, I'm going to call upon you to subscribe and be able to support us on this specific journey of building out these platforms to a tune of $500,000 in revenue. So let's refine something. So when it comes to the itinerary builder, the itinerary edit form that pops up when you click on a particular day, and when it comes to the date element, the input text input element for the date, we are going to refine it. We need to refine it to have a standardized date picker where we can include the specific day of the date, the month, and the year. So just to refine that data element to ensure that these allocations are set out for someone to be able to know where they are going to include figures for the right day of that specific month, the month, and the year. So set it out effectively well, just like the standardized way of how these dates are entered in modern forms for the date. Or rather, you can even have include add a dependency for the date picker for us to be able to pick out a specific date based on the calendar. Let me refresh the master prompt. So now that we've set out our functionality, I want you to create an implementation plan that is structured based on the master prompt structure that we have. And after you give me the implementation plan for this specific request, then I'm going to approve it, and then we'll continue the refinements to make these refinements for this specific functionality. So let's make that specific refinement. I want to fix the date picker. Currently, the date picker that we have for our itinerary form is not good. So let's fix it so that we can be able to either get a text input that is standardized, where we can be able to enter figures for our date, or we can get a date picker, one of the two. And then I am going to enter current dates, because remember the element that we were working on. So let's go here. This is the date picker that we are trying to fix. Currently, it is just a blank field. We need to ensure that it gives us allocations of where we are supposed to enter that date. And I'm going to refine the dates for this specific trip. And after I refine them, I'm going to go back and look at our tracking card for us to know that it can be able to track this in real time. Then we need to set up actually this, and also set up activities for each and every time. And I'm going to set up the dates very well, but I'm also going to set out the activities and give them times that are very like time allocation that is within a few seconds, for rather a few minutes from each other for today, and map it to the specific hour that we are in, and be able to see how it pans out if a certain activity is in play. So that is what I'm trying to work on. Let's wait for that implementation plan and approve it. For the people who have just joined, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe, join our journey. The journey is amazing, and each and every day we are growing our community, but most importantly, we are doing this as you see it. The essence of doing it is first of all to grow a community where we can be able to learn from each other in terms of vibe coding, but also to ensure and demonstrate that this is quite doable. It is something that to automate maybe and build out ideas that they have been thinking about, or maybe automate certain processes at their job, or maybe build out tools that are solving specific problems for their clients, maybe start a business by creating a tool that works and solves a particular problem. So the aim of showing this and doing this as working on this process as you get to see it, it is to allow you to get an understanding that this is doable, that you don't really have to have a much complex technical experience for you to vibe code out platforms. You can be able to start with just the minimal functionalities, and as you grow into the trade, you can be able to advance to much more complex platforms. But I believe when you join the community, it's going to be an awesome experience. You're going to learn a lot. Also, we are going to learn a lot from you. So when you join and by subscribing, you've done the right thing. And I believe we are going to grow together and push this until when we achieve the dream of hitting $500,000 from these products. And that we are going to do with you. So thank you so much for subscribing and for following along each and every day as we get to build out these elements. So we have it is making installations for the date picker. So let's run this. The agent is very good because at times the way it does, sometimes you don't even have to go back, because earlier we used to go back to the terminal. You go back to the terminal and then you make our manual installations. But when it comes to how it does, at times it gets, if you really want to work on certain functionality, and there is given that we are working with Next.js, there is dependencies that you need to install, like the React date picker dependency. So what it's trying to do, it's trying to programmatically install these, which is quite good. And we are in the earliest stages of this platform, because it has not even this platform has been around not longer, because I don't believe it has been even around for a full year. It was just launched last year, I think around the third quarter of the year. So it has not yet actually even made a year, but it's making strides. They're making improvements to it. So I believe it's one of the best platforms that you can use to build out various apps, because the context of how it does it, it is much more friendlier and better to someone who's beginning out. Even Casa is good and Cloud Code is good, but when it comes to the expenses are very much compared to what you are getting with Google Anti-Gravity. So I believe Anti-Gravity is much more better in that sense. So as we are working on that, let's continue. It's taking up some time, but that's how it really works. First of all, it gets the full context of what you're working on, because earlier it was kind of difficult. When we are coding, you had to write this code for yourself, refine it, debug it. The process was kind of hefty, but with these tools, I believe anyone can be able to execute on each and every task. And again, it depends on how you do the planning phase. The planning phase is also as equally important as the process of implementation of your particular functionality. The planning phase is also important, because when you plan out, maybe you've set out these elements, you built screenshots maybe from Google Stitch, you get them, you import them here, and then you use them as reference screens. The process becomes quite good in terms of the experience that you're going to have when you're doing it, and it eases the process. But also how you prompt when you're working with these tools is also one of the most important elements, and that's why you get to see we have a flow of how we tackle it. So you get to see that we give it the task, the context is here. It works with the context, which is full, and then it also writes the requirements of what is needed. Then the issue, it talks about the issue, because if you currently outlined it, it's going to give it to you. And then the specific request, install this, do this, and do this. It's going to note out the elements that are not supposed to be tampered with the persona, the format. So it's something complex that we use, and that outflow or that workflow for the implementation plan is standardized, so that each and every time we reprompt it, it restructures that into the implementation plan. Each and every time we reprompt it, it restructures that into the implementation plan, making the process much more better. So let's go here and review what we have done. So it is still compiling. We want to view the changes that it has made. So let's wait for that process to be completed, then we shall be able to review what has been done.
Found my face in the ledger, just a number on the page, blood soaked in the dirt, sweet fruit from the struggle. I'm floating on the truth, reality starts to shift, the archives keep me numb.
So it is still making that standardization for the functionality that we requested. Remember, we are working with a complex kind of code base, so at times it's going to take up some time when it's building out these functionalities, but later you get to have what has been worked on, and you can be able to review it effectively. So let's make these refinements.
Resilience in the DNA, no more running from it, facing every single ghost. Success is a lonely hill, but I brought the whole tribe. Education is the fire, burn the lies away. Simple truth, heavy bass.
So let's reload it.
Movement steady, never forget the source.
And then review.
Branches touching the sky. Know yourself, feel the way.
So
Knowledge is the way out. Armor made of history, shielding from the storm. Ancestors in the smoke.
So I'm getting these errors that I've shared. We need to work on them effectively. Also, for the functionality that was implemented, which is the date picker, it's not showing up on the date element. On the date element on the the itinerary edit screen which pops up. So we need to fix that and ensure that that date picker is included effectively so that we can review the functionality. So let's fix that. Yes, refinements were made, but I feel like when it comes to the specific functionality, it was not displayed, rather it was not integrated to be integrated in that specific part of the code. So we need to fix that. It is very important because if these dates we have a streamlined way, then it becomes quite understandable for us to them are laid out very well. So let it fix that and also fix these problems that we are getting in the problem column here. Then we can make reviews. For the ones who have not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe. It is the freest thing that you can do for us, and it is one of the most important things that you can do for us on this journey to join our community, get to learn, keep us accountable as we go on this from Vibe Coded Apps. So if you want to follow the journey, if you want to learn along, if you want to see how it unfolds at the end of the day, please subscribe, and thank you for the subscription. So sometimes these elements are quite complex. We are going to wait out a little bit, but I believe these coding agents are getting better on each day, because with the understanding of the whole context of the code base, that makes it much more powerful to look at the problem, because sometimes you are having problems and they are coming from let's say 3 code snippets. They are coming from a certain component that you imported to a page, and from that very component, maybe you are in that very component that you imported to the page, you are importing another component. So it could be something like 4 errors coming from 5 or 3 components. So when it looks at the whole context, it understands. So it can even refine 5 components. If the errors are coming from 5 components and they are feeding into a certain screen, it can be able to refine it and give you feedback, which to me is very standard. So I think we have our date picker. We have our date picker. So when we click here, we already have our date picker, so we can be able to pick out the dates. So I've set the date very well. Now for the activities, let's I want to set time for them. Let me set this in real time. So let's add these activities. I want to add them for the time that we are viewing them, given that we are working on the tracker to be able to track what happens really. So I'm not going to add activities for which are in distant time frames to track ourselves. So let's make these refinements. For the people who have just joined, please subscribe to this stream, like it, so that we can be able to reach out to even more people. And this is very important for us. So when you join, you're going to be one of the people who's going to keep me accountable to be able to reach that date. So let me include the texts here. I'm just going to include these activities just for demonstration purposes in terms of time. That's why I've given it time that is not so far. So it is 11 minutes AM. So when we map these to, we can save this. But also for these other days, I also want to here we can be able to also put this to 14th, the next day. Then for these ones, let me do them very fast. Let me refine this. This is the last one, and then we shall so let's save these. So let's change this, and then from here so I'm going to call it Get Load Safari, and I'm going to save it. Let's go to the reservations. And here we are going to get access to it. So let's add the funds. Let's save it. So this is a trip that we are going to start here. Let's start tracking it, and let's go to the tracking section. So this is the one that is live. So day one, I think let's first of all go back to this itinerary. So the tracking element has been set up. If you love the content that we do, please subscribe to this stream. We are building out various projects, and the project that we are working on currently, it's a tour platform that enables us to cost out various safaris. So we've been working on this one. Let's reference it here, and so one of the activities that was not changed, it is this. The date was not set out. So let's set this date as 12th and save it. I want to check out something and get to see if it is really so today is the 13th. So what it is tracking, the coming soon activities are laid out very well, but when it comes to the live activity and the activity that is happening currently, it should be mapped to that very date, the current date and the current hour or the time. So the time ticker should be put into the functionality here. Also, what I've noticed that when these new itineraries, when we click on the start tracking button and they come here, I expected this trip to return its real name, this one, but then it is tagging when we click on the starter tracking, it is still tagging the name of the lodge itself, which is something that we need to refine. So we are going to work on it. If you do not yet subscribe to the stream, I'm going to call upon you to subscribe. Someone said that I hope the company lets me to overhaul their website, the Intuga website. Yes, I'm going to talk to them. I'm still working on this internal tool that they need to have, and if they let me work on it, definitely I'll work on it, and I'll be able to showcase the process. So let's continue. Let's continue here. These ones have been set out. So this is the logic that let's say we've set up this these elements that when, let's say, a trip that is happening from the 13th to the 17th, which is a current trip that is happening. So it has to show these activities below. For the activities that are coming soon that have not yet happened, based on the date they are going to show coming soon, the coming soon is set up very well. But when it comes to the daily activity, because remember, this second day, with the changes that I made, this is a day that has been completed, which is 12th, which was yesterday. So it's not showing the right tag. We are going to fix that. And for this second day, which is the current date, these activities are already in play. So this is the activity that is showing coming soon. It is already supposed to show the completed tag. So those are the few refinements that I'm making to ensure that we track in real time very well. So let me give out instructions here. We are going to make a few refinements. One, when I click on the start tracking button on the reservation cards on the reservation screen, the trackable cards are in the itinerary screen are not showing the real name of that itinerary as stored in the itineraries section on the itinerary screen. We need to fix this to show real names of these safaris on tracking screen. So the second logic that we are going to fix for the activity timeline, if a certain activity was completed and it's a past date for that activity, tag it with text completed. If the activity is ongoing and on the current date and in the current time frame, tag it live. Tag it with text live. If an activity is to be done later, even if it's later based on the time period, even if it's the current date, map it with coming soon. You need to refine these elements for the live safaris completed safaris tracked and for the upcoming. As per this requested functionality, I want you to look at the logic that
Finding the vibe that everybody seeks. Your hands are low, I'm leaning in so close. This is the part that I love the most, the most.
As per this requested
When our bodies touch, under the stars it never is too much. City pulses beating in our
requested functionality,
turning up the heat.
I want you to approach this with a persona of a senior back-end logic engineer to ensure that the tracking logic is harmonized for completed safaris and live safaris and the upcoming ones. So let's tag our master prompt. Refine this instruction into a detailed implementation plan based on the structure in our master prompt. I will approve and then we proceed. So let's log it in there. For the people who have not yet subscribed, you can subscribe to this channel and be able to support us and follow our journey that we are on to build out vibe coded apps to hit $500,000 in revenue. For the if you have any kind of support that you can really render to us, you can be able to do that and follow along in this journey that we've set out for ourselves. So we are making some refinements. Currently, when I look at this activity tracking, it is set out very well, because when you look at these days, day 3, day 4, they are having these trackers coming soon for the activities. But again, this day, when it comes to logic, this day is already completed, because when you go to, let's first of all go to this this specific itinerary, because I saved it out. Let's go here. And look for it here in the reference. So this one I've set it to I think it's it is making changes. Let me go here and look for it here. Load it from here. So let's map out this to 12 and save that.
profundo y palpitante, entra con un ritmo de Latin House clásico y un cencerro energético.
Let's go back to the tracking itself.
La cima nos espera. ¡Vamos! Siente el impulso de llegar al final. Bajo las nubes el éxito es real. El fuego interno arde en nuestro ser. Subiendo fuerte, nada que temer. Siente el impulso de llegar.
So let's run this. So the dates that we have here, this is the first day, which is 12th, and then this is the 13th, which is today. So we need to ensure that these elements align with the date logic and the specific time of that date.
Buscando la gloria que el mundo envidie. Mis pasos firmes, toco la grandeza. Esta es la meta que tengo en la cabeza. Lo logré. Si lo logré ya. Si lo logré ya. Siente el impulso de llegar al final. Bajo las nubes el éxito es real. El fuego interno arde en nuestro ser. Subiendo fuerte, nada que temer. Siente el impulso de llegar al final. Bajo las nubes el éxito es real. El fuego interno arde en nuestro ser. Subiendo fuerte, nada que temer. Abajo todo es solo un punto pequeño. Dueños del triunfo, dueños del empeño. Se ve tan claro bajo el cielo azul. Todo es victoria, con fuerza no atrás.
So let it build out, and we can be able to review that change.
Dando el máximo, entrando en la historia. Nuestra historia. El bajo desaparece, solo quedan la percusión, el cencerro y voces, pero potentes, más alto que el sol. Ya no me detendré. Aquí somos libres. Tan libres. No me detengas. El ritmo baja, los sintetizadores se desvanecen. Asimismo, sigue subiendo fuerte, tan fuerte.
Let's continue to make that refinement and wait for it to pan out and review it. So it's making a refinement to harmonizing the logic that we already have set up in the stored itineraries, to harmonize it with the tracking itself. We need to be picking up the right details for that specific trip, which is very important. We need to ensure that the handle, that element that handles, the component that handles the tracking really tracks and picks up the right name, but also the way these elements are laid out should be in sync. So let's go here. So what we are trying to do, we've already mapped out that when a trip is within the right kind of dates, it's going to show live. Maybe when the dates are later, like you see this trip is scheduled to start from the 13th of August 2026. So it's a later date, it's saying coming soon. Then the ones that were done earlier, the ones that were done in 2025 and maybe 2026 dates that are earlier for the month of January and February, they are showing tracked. So that one is sorted. So the issue that we are sorting is the issue of the names, that when we start to track these trips, they are showing the right names. This is not the right name. Chove Game Lodge is not the right name for this trip. Yes, it is being tracked, but it's not the right name. So we are trying to sort that one, that little bit of the element. The other thing that we are trying to harmonize, it is that when a trip is in play, it should be able to track in real time. This activity timeline tracks in real time. The current, it should be tracking the current timeline. The one, those are activities for yesterday. So it should be showing a tag completed. If the activities were completed, then it should show that that activity was completed. If activities are ongoing, like for this date to which we have mapped to today, it should show that these activities, some of these activities should be showing completed, but the others are coming soon. And the one that is live, it should be showing that it is live. That is very important. So that is the logic that we're trying to deal with. If you have the content that we put out, I'm again going to call upon you. Please subscribe to the stream, like it, so that it can really go out to as many people as we can. We demonstrate what we are doing, and we through this process, we get to build out these platforms and charge fees for them, for the web platforms. But we're also working on a few mobile apps that we're going to release for ourselves and be able to market them to people who really need them in terms of the problems that they solve. So if you want to be part of this journey, it's going to be a beautiful journey. But one of the things that I can assure you is that we are going to hit that figure. I'm very determined to see to it that we hit that figure this year. So if you want to be part of this journey, please subscribe, like the video, comment, ask anything as we go about this process, because we are doing it as you're watching, which is quite amazing for me as a person, because during this journey I get to learn a lot of things, and also I believe you will be learning lots and lots of things. Sometimes actually it is not just about the product. Yes, we look at it that we want to hit that figure, but what we get to learn throughout the journey is also one of the most important things. We really want to be part of this journey where we get to learn on each and every day, how we get to improve, how we get to work on these products. Please join the community, and you can support us in any way you can. It depends on how you would love to support. If you want to support in any other way, please don't hesitate to support us, because we are on this journey to earn out this money. And for any support that you can be able to render, any kind of knowledge, any kind of suggestion that you can be able to put across, we have a chat. You can be able to towards our goal. It's taking up some time, but it's so let's reload this. So it's making final analysis of the various elements that you are supposed to work on. I want you to make those edits and refinements, and then we can be able to review them so that we can track this activity in real time. So this is a very good element, because let's say you are building out this as the tracking itself is quite amazing, of activity per activity and mapping it to time. Let's say you are tracking a particular let's say you build this out in a very, very simple functionality of an app where users can be able to enter various activities that they are going to attempt, and then enter the dates or the particular time, the date and the particular time when they are going to attend this activity. So they can be able to build out daily itineraries for each and every element that they do. And if you get to sketch it out in a much more better way, it can be one of the features that can really enhance the feel of how people get to achieve what they achieve, and it can be great. So we are still waiting for those refinements to be completed, and then we are going to review them. For the people who have not yet subscribed, please join our lovely community. We are on the quest to hit $500,000 in terms of revenue from the apps that we are setting out. So if you love to see this journey unfold, or if you want to be a part of us, if you want to support us in any way, any kind of support is very appreciated. But we would appreciate it very much for you to join the community, and most importantly for you to keep us accountable on each and every step that we take towards our goal. And that is one of the most important things, so that we can be able to hit this goal. But we are hitting this goal with you, in support with you, watching with you, making suggestions with you, teaching us lots of stuff that you can teach us in the comment section. In these past days, I've been learning lots of things from other people who are building out various elements, how they do it, how they approach these tools and how they use them. So throughout the process, I'm learning from you. You are learning from a little that I know about these platforms, and I believe it's going to be a very, very enriching experience. But most importantly, it's going to be a good learning platform for each and every one of us. So please join as we continue to go towards our goal of hitting the figures that we want. So it is still working. We are getting an error, and let's wait for it to finish up the logic that it is setting up. Then we can be able to review that. So we shall be able to review that after the refinement has been done very well. Yes, at times it takes up some time, but I believe it's working to resolve each and everything very well. Someone asked, what am I going to use for the backend? For the backend, I'm going to use Firebase. I'm going to use Firebase. Firebase is good because when you look at this kind of tool, the complexities that come with the functionalities, because most of the functionalities are intertwined together. When it comes to how you're going to build, the itinerary builder is linked mostly to the stored itineraries. The stored itineraries are linked in most of each and every part of the screens. In the reservations, it is linked in the tracking element. It is linked in the review screen. So Firebase, most importantly, when you're using Firebase Firestore, Firebase Firestore is very effective in mapping out these complexities. But also, given that we are working with Google Anti-Gravity is good, and given that it was built mostly on information from Google, it understands the back-end part of it of Google Firebase much more better than any other tool that we might have out there. So instead of bringing in tools like backend frameworks like Superbase and all of that, we are just going to zero down to use Firebase. So for the authentication, we are going to use Firebase still, and Firebase authentication, and then Firebase Firestore And then for the storage, we are also going to use Firebase storage, which makes it easier to track all these elements that are related to the backend logic of a solid backend logic of our app from a single platform. We don't want to spread them, because when we have them intact in one place, it becomes Here said Convex has a free tier. I've never checked it out. I'm going to check it out. I'm going to check it out and get to view how it works. So I would love to know how Convex works. So these have been completed, the functionalities. Let's go and check them out. So it's returning this issue. Let's put it here. So let's refine this error. Without distorting any logic in our app. Let's resolve this error, and then from there we can be able to look at what we have. That's good if Convex is built to work with React apps, like you said. It's very good. I'm definitely going to check it out. I'm going to check it out, because that would be even much more easier to work with. And you also want to ensure that you build out with a tool that is not really going to distort it, because we have elements that we are going to integrate in terms of Firebase. In terms of storage for the images, and when it comes to Google Firebase, they have for that functionality, that specific functionality. For if you are really integrating with authentication and Firestore, it is free. You have a free tier with Google. You can start out, but if you're going to upload images and all of that, then you have to go for the ongoing. Like, you have to choose the pay as you go plan. So that was switched. So I believe Convex, I'm going to check it out. So let me first of all review what was done. And reload this screen too. So yes, this was set out, but I'm not getting the tracking part of this when it comes to what I want. So let me go back to these itineraries. I need to to look at this particular itinerary. I want to know the dates of so let's go back. I think I need to refine this particular itinerary. So let me go and edit it. Because the dates currently are not so let's change these dates, because the functionality that we've set out, it is to ensure that these dates work in harmony with what we have. So it should be able to pick out the logic for the dates. If it is not, then we are going to make that specific refinement, because currently when I go to track, it's not really picking out the dates for this specific safari. So let's go and make changes to this. I feel like it was not set out very well. So when it comes to making refinements, and sorting out the logic for the live safari, these are the elements that are not functioning currently. The logic for recognizing the current date of that specific safari is not being set up. Very well, because we are supposed to, the logic is that we are supposed to pick out if let's say we've saved an itinerary from the itinerary builder, the specific dates of that itinerary that are saved to the stored itineraries. We need to ensure that the store that if a specific itinerary is saved with each day having been allocated a particular date, that is saved, and then that logic is picked out for this safari when it starts out, and to ensure that for each activity that is being done, the real-time tracking logic should be that for each particular activity that is happening on a certain at a certain time frame, we are supposed to track that activity that is happening for that specific time. So that means if a certain safari is in play and it's having let's say a day that was completed with all the activities completed, those activities should be tagged with the completed tag. If it is having another day which is the current date and some activities on that current date according to the time have been completed, then it should be mapped to ensure that those activities are reflected as completed because the time has passed and the activities have been completed. If it is in real time and there is a certain activity that is ongoing, let's say an activity is happening at 2 p.m. 2 or 2:11 p.m. and it is that very current day, and it is that very current time, then it should be showing that activity is happening in real time. Then when it is completed, it is pushed to the completed tag, and then the ones that are coming soon, they are tagged with coming soon. We should harmonize this. For the itineraries that have been tracked, definitely, given that the activities have been completed, all the activities are going to show the completed tag because they have been completed. Now, for the ones that are coming soon, for the dates that are upcoming, that means that those trips are going to be tracked, but their dates are not yet like the real dates when they are going to happen have not yet reached. Then their activities on the activity timeline should be showing coming soon. Create a very detailed So I want you to create a very detailed implementation plan. Amata. So what we are going to create is a detailed implementation plan that includes each and every element. I want you to harmonize this tracker to track activities in the real time based on the current date and based on the current time, and also be able to map out the ones that have been completed and for the safaris that have been completed. So that means you are going to harmonize this to work effectively for tracking activities in real time, and based on that specific time frame or the hour that has been set up for that particular activity, and be able to map them into the system very well for the ones that have been completed, and also be able to view that for the on the timeline for the activities, for the upcoming activities on that particular live safari, but also for the upcoming activities for the safaris that have not yet happened that are scheduled for the later dates. So set it out and ensure that this implementation plan follows the structure that we have in our master plan document that I've referenced here. And from there, I will be able to review that, and we can proceed to make the right refinements. So this was set out. Yes, we have this coming soon tags, but I don't feel like they are really bringing out what I want. It's saying no current activity, yet when it comes to the time allocations for these activities and the dates, this day is supposed to be active. So, and this is supposed to be completed. So that means the logic is not being reflected. If it was set up, then it is not being reflected. So we are trying to ensure that it is set up and it is reflected. So I've switched to using Cloud Opus because I believe it might be a better LLM to handle this complexity when it comes to this screen. If you've just joined, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe to our stream so you're always here. We are on the journey to hit $500,000 with vibe coded apps. So if it is something that you really want to watch come to fruition, please subscribe. If you want to follow us and get to learn from what we are doing, please subscribe. If you want to follow along and maybe get to teach us how you do it, how you get to attempt the services that you're using, the tools that you're using, how you are vibe coding, your kind of approach to vibe coding, please reach out in that way. Someone has said that Convex is very good, that the functionalities of how it loads it loads the functions very instantly, which is quite important to the clients. If they are really working with this tool and they are able to load it out, to load out the functionalities instantly, then that is also good. Also, the other update that I can say is that I've been invited to there is a tour fair which is called Powesa. So together in collaboration with this company that I'm building this tool out for, which is in Tuga Safaris, we've been invited to a trade fair which is called Powesa, where I'm going to showcase this particular platform. And the essence is, I was first of all, we had a view and I was sketching it out for a single tour platform. But again, they gave me a broader vision of pitching out to many other tour platforms and being able to build this system out and update it to be usable by different kinds of tour platforms. So that is what we are going to have in the coming month. I'll be giving you updates on what will happen after the trade fair, but I believe it's an amazing start. So we already have the implementation plan, which is quite complex. Let's proceed to build this out with cloud. So the essence is, first of all, it was to build around the activities that one tour company does, and later, maybe when we get a chance to update it for them, we shall be able to update it so that they can also reach out to other players in the space who can be able to use it. But for me, it is a dream come true for me to be able to solve other people's problems with these kinds of automations, because before I was really struggling mostly with understanding context of most of the functionalities. But with the full layout of these platforms, you can be able to understand, but also try to lay out your vision, how you want it to be integrated into each and every platform that you get to do. For me, that is my kind of drive that I really think is the most important driving factor for my progress. My progress has been mostly with prompting and reprompting. I go with the theory of failing fast forward, but my theory is that if I'm going to do something, I don't really have to know the full context of it. I go into it, and when I go into it, I'm going to fail fast. I'm going to fail as I'm learning on job, as I'm learning. So that is how I've been doing this, and with all these elements that I integrate into my process, I've been learning in the process. That's why I zero down to the decision of doing this publicly, because when I learn publicly, I get to learn a few things, how other people do it. So I integrate it into what I'm already doing. I get to do the process, and I benefit heavily from it, because I'm demonstrating what I'm doing as I'm in the learning process, but also I'm going towards a common goal, which is what is quite also interesting. And I believe with that kind of process, even when you are not yet fully understanding the full context of how you can work with these tools, you can start with anything. Start with maybe 2 pages. Start with maybe an HTML website where you're building out with Gemini, or one that you're going to put out with maybe tools like Cloud Code. Start with go to Grok, prompt, but you can start out something. You can automate something. Maybe you can automate the activities that you do in a day. start with that, because maybe you don't track the much time that you're losing out when you're doing your own work. Start with automating that. It doesn't really have to be. So when you get the full context of it, then you can be able to transfer that knowledge to something that is much more complex. And for me, that has been my approach, and it has been very, very wonderful. That is all I can tell you. You just have to present yourself on each and every day. You work, you improve. You present yourself, you work, you improve. You work on several other. Most of these automations that I get to do, I would really charge a higher fee. I would really charge a higher fee for them. But given that the process itself gets to expose you to even get more knowledge as you're doing it, you try as much as possible to bring in these clients, automate these tools for them, learn as fast as possible, iterate on what's working, drop out what is not really working, and then you continue. So with later dates, you get to build out your own platforms, the ones that you're going to get funds from, and becomes a very financially rewarding experience, a learning experience, but at the same time, you get to benefit heavily. And also, with what we've started live streaming these sessions, I believe many people are going to benefit in the process effectively well. So Cloud Opus 4.6 is still looking at the whole context of this functionality that we are working on, and it is building it out, and we are going to review it. So I was working with Gemini, but Gemini was not really getting the whole context of what I was working with. That is why I switched. So you have the capacity to switch. So you can let me know if what is much more better. What is much more better, Cloud Code versus
Waiting this up, energy high. All the levels don't change. No be beans, we dey fly. We only look at the sky. Burn like fire, no be beans. Everything set, we dey win.
so let's run this. Yeah, like you said, I believe Gemini. I believe that Gemini is very good when it comes to the UI, but when it comes to the coding itself, Cloud Opus is very good. I used Cloud, I think, from the earlier versions that were released. One of the versions that really got Cloud to the road to get it better, from I think from version 3.5 up to the latest versions. All of these versions have been really good. For ChatGPT, the initial version, I can say the initial version of ChatGPT, the initial one when it was released, that was one hell of a version. It was good, but for these subsequent versions that were that are in between 2 to 4, they were not really good. I tried them out, and it started to hallucinate on functionalities when it came to coding, and it lost my trust, and that's why I moved to Cloud. Cloud is much more better, but also Grok is good when it comes to making refinements to complex coding tasks. Grok is good. I normally use it if I've really made attempts with Cloud and I'm not really getting what I want. So I get most of the code. If I'm working on a certain code snippet, which is a single code snippet, and that functionality is related to that coding snippet, I get the coding snippet out, I take it to Grok, it analyzes the context of the whole code snippet and what I want, and I give it instructions for the functionalities, and it works well that way. But I believe they also get to create IDE tools like this that we can use independently and get to gauge how good they are in terms of yes, Google is going to, I believe also what you've said, and that is my hope. I hope Google gets to add more over functionalities when it comes to their platform, because currently when you look at Casa, yes, Casa is expensive, but it is they've really far ahead when it comes to an agentic coding IDE. When you look at Cloud Code is good. It is good with understanding the coding requirements. So I believe with these further changes, they're going to update Google Anti-Gravity to perform at the same level when it comes to the coding requirements as it performs on the UI. The UI is good. The UI is good for Gemini. Gemini really understands that concept of the code. But the logic itself, I believe the complexity of the logic cloud Opus does an amazing job with that. So for the people who have just joined the stream, if you've not yet subscribed, please subscribe to the stream. Join us and join our journey. We are here working on this tool automation platform for the Entuga Safari company. And we've so far worked on various elements. Now we are working on the real-time tracking for the activities to set them up very well and ensure that they can track these activities for the safaris in real time, and be able also to note out the activities that we have tracked earlier and the ones that are upcoming. So if you love the content, if you love what we do, if you have any suggestions, you can come to the chat section and maybe share your experience, your coding experience with us. You can also click the like button, subscribe to the stream, which is one of the most important things that you can do for our journey to grow, to hit the milestones that we've set up for ourselves. So it's taking up some time, but I believe it's necessary to fully make those integrations so that we can review them, because that's an important part of that screen. Actually, we are working on the main logic of this particular screen. So we want to handle it with as much grace as possible to ensure that it is mapped out very well.
Check the frequency. Ride too long. 1, 2, 1, 2. Planet firm where the pavement meets the spirit. Ancestral rhythm is the only way.
It is still working on the elements or the functionalities that we got.
Heavy-handed leader. The rain is just a lecture for the thirsty. I manifest the mercy when the sky gets murky.
I think it was trying to test the app in terms of its build. You know, these agentic tools are very good, and I believe they're also going to get much more better. You know, coding is mostly, or rather, it is mostly about context and how you truly understand everything. So I want to know how good GPT-4 5.4 is. How good is it in terms of coding abilities? So if I completed this, now we have the walkthrough, but I've noticed that we have a few errors that we're supposed to. Let's copy this. Let's accept this. So let's fix these errors. Without so let's fix these errors so that we can be able to review the functionalities that we are working on.
Custom armor hidden under the ostrich skin coat. Front lines in the lobby of the Plaza Hotel. Mental state like a cracked marble floor. Walking over glass in $6,000 loafers.
So let's continue with making these refinements effectively well. Then we are going to review them. Meanwhile, let me check on
A massacre happened in the master suite. I just bought a new house to forget. Heavy head resting on a silk pillowcase. War scars looking like expensive designer labels. Still with it. Managing the chaos like a corporate board meeting. The trauma is just a tax on the crown.
convex.
Tastes like cold iron and vintage wine.
This is one of
Sipping aged scotch.
the tools that one of our members recommended for the back-end functionality.
Cook the bitterness in a copper pot. Served it cold to the ghosts in the cellar every nightmare. Bought a new acre of land. Iron in the blood, but platinum on the neck. Heavyweight.
So it has server functions. Its database is set out very well. Cron jobs, file storage. This is amazing. It's amazing. I believe it's one of the elements that we can integrate into this very platform that we are building out, and definitely we are going to try it out. So let's look at so it has a free tire, which is quite great.
Now they work the door at the party. The war never ends. It just gets more expensive. Sign the check. We're good.
Which is quite amazing, so we shall check it out. So let's send these errors still to this tool to make further refinements. I think we had to install certain dependencies. So let's agentically work on this and get to review what has been done. So if you have not yet subscribed to our stream, I want you to subscribe effectively. So we were working on a tool, and one of the elements that we are working on is this. We wanted to map for each activity. If an activity is completed, we wanted to mark it completed to show that yes, it was tracked, but it was completed. And then for the activities that are upcoming, which is for the later dates, it has been mapped to coming soon. coming soon. So that means that the Safari has not yet, the date of that particular Safari has not yet reached. It's a later date, but the activities will be tracked in real time. Then the other one that we wanted to ensure that that for a Safari that is having several activities that are being done on that particular date, then we can be able to track what is happening for that particular Safari, which is very, very important. So before I go here, let me go back to the reservations. So for the later date, which is the completed, they have been tagged very well. So I want to look at this very tool. Yes. Yes, I think I've seen the logic that we need to fix when it comes to tracking the dates. There are specific dates that have been tagged to an itinerary from the stored itineraries. So what we need to do when it comes to harmonize this date logic, given that when it comes to the reservation screen, we have input areas for the dates. These we are going to ensure that for the start date, we programmatically pick up the date information that was entered in the itinerary builder for the first day, and for the end date, we are going to pick up the date that is mapped to the last day of that specific itinerary. Then when we fix that, we shall go back to the tracking itself so that it can be able to track the real activities mapped with their dates, which is what is important. So let's fix that. I've identified the reasons why it's not really showing up when it comes to the current tracking, because for the completed activities we've worked on it. For the upcoming, it is set out very well, but I think there is a discrepancy in terms of the dates, the dates on this form, the managed bookings form, and the discrepancy in terms of the dates that are entered the other way. So we need to harmonize. We enter these dates once. They are entered in the itinerary builder, and then when it comes to this specific screen, we are just they will just be picked up based on the logic that we are going to. But if you've just joined, I'm going to call upon you, please subscribe to the stream and support us in our process of building out these tools. So let's make harmonization. So when it comes to the harmonizing the logic for the right dates for a particular trip, I believe we are going to refine that logic. Given that in the itinerary builder, we attach a date to each. We attach a date to each itinerary. We are going to input logic that before saving this itinerary to the stored itinerary, the date field of selecting the particular dates for each day, they should be selected, and there should be a date attached to each day. So if maybe a certain date is missing, you should return a notification that please fill in all fields, but particularly reference it to the missing date, and tell them you add a date, all dates in these fields, to ensure that you can be able to save this itinerary. We need to add that logic. So when we input these dates for all of the days, that means that when it comes to the reservation screen, but particularly the new bookings form, when a certain itinerary is selected, which logic works very well, that means that for the spaces where we currently have the start date and the end date of the trip, we are going to programmatically populate the dates. For the start date, we shall use the date that has been mapped to the first day that we have in our itinerary. Then for the end date, we shall map it to logic of the date that has been selected for the last day on our itinerary. So that means we are going to harmonize these dates. So that means each and every itinerary that we will reference in the new bookings form, it's going to be fetched with its specific dates in terms of the first day and the last day as for the start and end dates respectively. Now after that, given that now this logic will be harmonized, that means that even when it comes to the itinerary tracking, particularly the activity timeline tracker for that specific date, it is supposed to track in real time those dates based on what has already been saved from the stored itineraries, which are the real dates, but also what has been mapped to the new bookings form, which are the real dates that are fetched from the itinerary. So this is very important. It's very important because now with this, when we have the right dates, we are going to be able to track in real time, because currently all the features of the tracking are set up very time, but when it comes to picking up the exact date of that particular day in the activity timeline card and the real time of that particular day, we are still lacking when it comes to that functionality. So we need to solve it. First of all, we harmonize the functionalities for the right dates in the stored itinerary builder. We fetch that in the new bookings form that is on the reservation, and then when we start tracking, we are tracking that safari with the real date of that particular day and the real time of the activities, so that we can be able to see that live tracking in a much more better way. So let's make those refinements effectively well. So let's map it to our master prompt. Now, when it comes to this instruction, I want you to restructure this into a comprehensive implementation plan as a senior engineer, and ensure that it follows the prompt structure that we have in our implementation file that I've referenced. And also, when it comes to the constraints that you are going to add to the notes field, ensure that you are only adding logic for what has been requested on the what has been requested for the specific screens that you are going to make refinements to, and do not distort any other logic that is not related to what we have requested. And after you set up this comprehensive implementation plan, I'm going to review it and we'll proceed with making these changes. So I normally use this text-to-speech functionality because it makes the work much more easier, given that some of these instructions are complex. So when I type them out, it's going to take a lot of time, and I know your time is very valuable. So I try as much as possible to use the text-to-speech to make it much more faster, but for us to be able to work on many functionalities in a certain period of time. If you've not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you, please subscribe. By subscribing, you are supporting our journey. You are supporting our journey to hit $500,000 vibe coding apps. But also, I believe that you're going to fully benefit from the platform. You're going to learn a lot about the process of how we vibe code. You're also going to teach us a lot of things. Today, I learned something new about a certain database platform that is really structured very well to work with mostly these agentic coding tools, which is Convex. So I'm going to check it out. So you learn things, and as I learn, so it becomes a process that is quite amazing. So if you want to follow the journey, please subscribe and please also like this specific video so that we can be able to reach out. We want to reach out to as many people as we can. So if you can subscribe. If you want to, you feel like you want to be part of our community, please like and hit the notification bell to get notifications for our subsequent streams and support us that way. If you can support us in any other way that is much more than this, I highly appreciate it. You can be able to support the journey, and thank you so much for always being on, and you give me the courage. You being here, and these numbers of people who are really following this journey growing, that is one of the things that keeps me with hope that we are going to hit this, and I'm going to continue to enrich this experience to make it much more better for you, to make the explanations and what I do to explain it in a much more understandable way to the experience, to make it much more better for each and every subsequent stream that we have. So if you love what we do, please subscribe and join this amazing journey. So we are going to work with this. We already have the implementation plan, and what we are trying to implement is that we don't have discrepancy in dates, because remember, our logic is mapped to the specific dates, but also the specific time of that date. So those are the things that we had to harmonize, because we have three screens in the loop, and itinerary is created from the itinerary builder where we enter in the dates from. It is stored in the stored itineraries, then it is refreshed to the reservations screen, and then from the reservation screens it is tracked. We get to track it. We click tracking, and we start the tracking, and the tracking screen shows the tracking details of that specific safari. So it is a combination of over 3 complex screens, which requires harmonizing in terms of mostly dates, given that the dates are in the loop of our logic for this specific functionality. So let's work on that and be able to harmonize it. So let's work on this specific functionality, and we fix it. So let's wait for it to complete, and then we can be able to review what we've worked on. I'm working with Cloud Opus because at least the way it understands the context is much more better than Google Gemini about elements. It's equally good, but I believe sometimes when it comes to the complexity of the functionalities, you want to switch to another LLM and get to ensure that you get the right kind of output and you don't waste so much time with reprompting. So we are setting up a logic to ensure that we can be able to track our safaris very well, because currently when we craft out these safaris, we come here to the tracking screen, and when a safari is live in play, we should be able to track the activities here. So we are harmonizing the live tracking logic. We've worked on some of the activities. Some trips that have been tracked, they are showing tracked, and when you come here, they say the activities are completed, which is quite amazing. Because if you can be able to track the completed activities, but what we are working on, it is mostly the live activities. For the ones that are coming soon, it shows coming soon. What we are trying to harmonize it is the live activities that are in play. If a safari is live and it has activities on that particular day that are in play, that is what we are working on. If you have the content that people are, I'm going to call upon you, please support this stream. We are on a journey to hit $500,000 from Vibe coded apps, and this we are going to get through the automation of various web apps for various entities, but also we are building out different mobile apps that we are going to launch on the both the Google Play Store and the Apple Store. So this journey, if you love what we are doing and you follow along, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe. When you subscribe, you've joined our community. You've already supported this journey in immense ways that I cannot even explain. And I thank you for always tuning in and trying to watch and keep me accountable on this journey, because as I present myself to do this, you're keeping me accountable to go up to the end of achieving this goal. So if you want to get to view how this really unfolds for us at the end of the day, please join the community. You can also like the video, like it, because when you like this video, it goes out to maybe 4 more people, 5 more people, 7 more people, hundreds of people who get to view this content and maybe learn a thing or two. And I believe one of the most important things that we can do in this world, it is to be able to teach what we know the way we know it, and it's all I'm doing. And I believe when you join, you're also going to teach us other many things. I wanted to talk about that as we are working on what you are working on. So currently refinements are being made, but I'm not getting this. So let's go back. I want to create a fresh new itinerary. I want to create a fresh new itinerary, and I can be able to track this. So I'm going to call it Mbarara Escape Safari. So let's attach new dates to these. So let's map this to 12th. And when it comes to the activities, I'm also going to add some other activities. Lunch. So let's change the time for these activities. 48. 50. Let's add some other activities. I want to track them in real time, given that here it is 8:42 p.m. So we let's add these in terms of the current time. So let's add dinner. So I wanted to add these activities. Those are enough. Day 2. Let's change it to March 14th. Let's also map out this day to March 15th. Given that we've made refinements to how the date will be referenced and programmatically to the resources screen, let's first of all save these, and let's go here. Let's upload a new image. Let's upload a new image. Okay, something that will be visible. Let's save the changes. Let's finalize this one, and let's go to the stored itineraries. I want to look at it. So Barra escape, it is here. So let's go to the reservation. We've already saved it. Let's go to the reservations here. So let's click on this and manage. And I want us to select this new itinerary that we've set up. We're going to update this, and so we are going to start tracking. So from here, we got, as we've updated, let's start tracking this trip, and I want to view how it looks when it comes to the tracking. Barra escape, it is bringing the right name. Let's I think it's we missed out on something. I think it was the date. It is has been set up very well, but we are missing out on on a certain tag here that we are going to add a logic to it. But before we add logic to that, let's go back to the itineraries. I think I missed out on something here. Let's go to the stored itineraries. For the people who have not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you, please subscribe to the stream and be able to join this amazing journey that we are on. We are building out platforms, both mobile and web, until when we are going to hit $5,000 in revenue. So if you want to follow this journey, please subscribe to be able to learn more. So let's save this. Let's go back to the tracking screen. So let's we go here. Now reservations. Let's update this. Let's update it here. Then let's re-update it. And go back to the tracking screen. So it is showing that it is tracking these other activities we are done. Let's add in something. Because this tool is being used with let's switch here. So I love the fact that you've integrated logic for tracking the real-time activities. We are just going to make changes to this real-time tracking of the activities. Now this is what should appear. We're going to add another tag. Rather, when it comes to the time allocations of the live ticker that shows the current activities, which is set out in blue color, it is great. But this is how the logic should be set up. Let's say an activity is happening, and one activity, the first activity, is set to time. Then the next activity is set to time. And the current time is in between 8 a.m. to 8:30. Then the live activity ticker should be attached, should reflector that the activity mapped to 8 p.m. is ongoing until when time reaches 8:30, and we switch the live ticker to the activity mapped to 8:30 as the current time for that activity. So let me go back and harmonize this. So currently the logic is set up, but we are just harmonizing something when it comes to the specific time. The other logic that we are going to, given that I'm in a location of 3 plus GMT, so we are going to ensure that our time zone is hard coded to time zone 3 plus GMT to ensure that we track the right kind of time that aligns with my time zone for all the activities on the activity timeline on the tracking screen. So let's refresh the master prompt. If you love what we are doing, please subscribe and join the community and be a part of our journey as we are on this journey to make $500,000. We are doing this with the vibe coding of various apps. So if you love what we do, you love the content, you love whatever you're putting out, so don't hesitate to subscribe to this stream and join in on this beautiful journey. We are going to restructure this specific prompt to follow the prompt structure that we have in our master prompt document that I've referenced here. And after you give me that solid and detailed implementation plan, I will approve it and we will go on to make these refinements. Full stop. To the implementation plan in the notes section, you should add that we are only making refinements for this specific logic. We are not tampering with any other logic that we've already set up. The other logic that we've set up, that is about tracking the safaris, was already set up. We are just refining this little bit of the logic. So we are not going to tamper with distorting any other logic. We are only refining this little bit of the logic as instructed. So what is what you are going to put out in terms of what is required to be implemented or refined is what is here specifically in this request. So let's go on with making the implementation plan. So what we are trying to change is that this, yes, we have this live tick of what is happening, but what we want is to ensure that we have the current kind of time when it comes to the time zone, because I'm in the 3 plus GMT time zone. But also for the leaving alone the time zone, we want to ensure that before that the time for that specific activity elapses, it is showing that it is ongoing, and then when it elapses, it goes to the next activity. So the tracker becomes quite amazing. It becomes quite amazing in that way. So if you love the content, I'm going to call upon you once again, please subscribe to the stream. If you have any questions, you can really load them in. If you have any concerns, you can I'll be very glad when you, most importantly, join our stream and be able to hold us accountable in this amazing journey that we've set out. But I also encourage you to set out milestones for yourself. If you are working on a certain app and you really want to maybe earn from it, maybe launch an app on the store, and you really have knowledge, because some people already have credible knowledge about building these tools using agentic tools. Set a goal for yourself. You can set a goal out for yourself and be able to follow through, and that makes you accountable, and you are able to do things in a more systematic way, knowing that there is accountability to it, which is most important. So you already have the implementation plan. Let's proceed with this implementation of this. What you're working on, what it is implementing, it is the time zone. So we've added a time zone logic because given that we are in the point, rather in the +3 GMT time zone, we are adding it to our logic to ensure that it's tracking the right time. And then from that, we want to ensure that these activities in terms of the time are being tracked effectively well, because that is at least standard logic. If you have the right kind of time zone, then you can be able to track from time to time and get to see which activity is live. Remember, our client requested for a tool where they can be able to track these activities in real time. So you're trying to incorporate that logic into the app and ensure that everything is set up well. But definitely we've connected it to the itinerary builder, and from the itinerary builder we've also connected it to the reservation section, which are 3 screens integrated in terms of logic to each other to ensure that we put out something beautiful. So please follow through as we I'm also going to wait out for this functionality to be set out, and then we are going to review it. If you've not yet subscribed, I appeal to you again, and I'm requesting you humbly, please subscribe to the stream, join our community, join the community to hold me accountable to this amazing journey that that has already started, but also join the community to learn much more. Later in the data, I'm going to set out a group where we can be able to interact much more further from even when we are not on the stream. So I'm working to be able to set that out, and also I'm going to organize information of systematic information of how I get to build apps, and I'm going to really put it in a tutorial kind of layout that is much more systematic. So if you want to join this platform, join it, because you're going to get access to this kind of content and be able to also work on the tools that you're working on, but most importantly also teach us mostly through the chat section what you get to do, the tools you get to use, how you get to do it. It becomes a very enriching process if you also get to learn lots of things from you. So I believe the journey is already amazing. It's going to even get much more better when you get to subscribe and join the community. So thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the time of standing in. Thank you for the people who are sharing their experiences in the chat, which is amazing. I'm learning a lot of things, and I believe and I hope you also get to learn lots of things. If you have anything, any comment, anything that you want to say, the chat section is very much open for you to go there and stress out whatever you want to say, or give advice, or ask any question that you want to ask in that regard. Up logic to ensure that activity A, where the activity is starting to activity B, the current status is also which is the ongoing status, is mapped to it, so that the tracker is kind of complete and much more better in that sense. So it is still working. That means we need to wait out for the refinements, and we shall review them. We shall be able to review them. We shall be able to review these changes that are going on right after the completion of the code. I think it's providing the walkthrough. If the errors are not solved, then we are going to pick those errors and bring them to chat and be able to solve it effectively. So what I'm showcasing is mostly the process that I go through to create these apps. I'm using a structured way of attempting it. I normally explain as much as possible the things or the functionalities that I want. I always want to give a detailed explanation, because with a detailed explanation, then the agentic tool that I'm using, which is Google Anti-Gravity, gets to, and the agents that I'm working with gets to understand of what I want to build. But I further have a master prompt that is well structured. So I always want to view these implementation plans structured in the same way I've structured my master prompt, so that for each request it is systematic. I don't want to prompt it this time in another way, then the other time in another way. That means there is inconsistency. But when you have consistency in terms of how you prompt, in the terms of the structure of how you prompt, one of the things that that is quite boring, it is the consistency to do anything in life. It is boring, but it brings in results. If you are consistent with how you approach something, then if it has been working, then you don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's going to bring in the results. This prompt structure works very well because you have the task, which is something that you are going to do, the context, the huge context of what you're really working on, the current state. Then you have the issue, what is not really working and how can it be refined. Then you have the request below. Here it has even given us the proposed changes and has done it very well, the request of whatever. Then the note, the things that you're not supposed to refine are also integrated there. Then the persona, how do you want it to behave? So for this specific request, this agent is performing this task as a senior back-end logic engineer with specific with expertise in synchronized operations and time zone aware distributed systems. So it has personalized the persona of these to a specific task, which is what I really love about this prompt. And you can be able to do that systematically for the subsequent tasks. So let's go and review what was done. If you love the content that you're putting out, I'm going to call upon you again. For the people who have just joined, please subscribe so that you don't miss out on subsequent streams that are coming. We have certain errors. Let's pick them here. Next.js has shown us some errors, so we are going to copy them very fast, and then we are going to put them to put them here in the chat text input for our coding agent, and let's put in a request. So as you made refinements in the earlier functionalities that you've integrated to our app, our Next.js app returned these errors. So without distorting the code that you've recently set out, all the functionalities that you've already set out for this screen and for the entire app, I want you to be able to look at this as a senior engineer and debug these errors effectively well, and ensure that we are able to view our platform and be able to review the changes that you've made recently. So let's run that to make the changes. Sometimes you're going to get errors that are not shown in your terminal. So if they're not shown, that is a process that I use. I copy them and then bring them here and then reprompt. But the way I reprompt, I always don't. I tell the agent not to distort functionality, to solve the problem in terms of solving the error without distorting functionality. So that layout is also very important, because it can solve the problem, but again, it can make modifications to the functionality that you've not requested. So you have to look at the particular context of that functionality that you're working with and being able to refine it in a much more better way. For the people who have just joined the stream, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe to our content. We put out content on each and every day. We are always working to ensure that we can we're always working to ensure that we showcase whatever we build out, see it in real time, and in that process I get to learn a lot, but even I get to have people to make me accountable to the process of building out these systems until when we are going to hit $500,000. So if you love the journey, you want to be part of the journey, you want to also, maybe you are just starting out and you want to learn how you get to do it for your own tools, for your own ideas that you have, you can effectively subscribe. This is a very open community where you can learn, you can ask questions, you can be able to advise us in the chat section. So please follow the journey and subscribe, and thank you for subscriptions. So we have approved the implementation plan to make these refinements effectively well. So it is adding something to the tracking map and ensuring that it is solved effectively well. So let's go here and click on this one. So it is still loading. Let it load. It's still loading. Let it load. I think so I think it has mapped it out. What we wanted the functionality that, let's say, when you look at my time here, it is when you go below here, it is 9:11 a.m. the local time. So we wanted to map this so that if an activity is ongoing, let's say it is starting, an activity like this one started from 9 a.m. and it is the activity that that is going on, then we are going to track that. So on that particular day, on that particular day, if we have another activity that we are tracking, then it is going to show that this is the live activity that is being done. When it is completed, then it's going to switch to this, which is quite amazing. So let's go here and maybe make some changes and fetch this very itinerary on day 2. So let's go to the reference screen. For the people who have not yet joined us, this is a humble appeal. Please subscribe to the stream, get to support us, get to hold us accountable in our quest to vibe code it until when we hit $500,000. This number, we are going to hit it with your support. So when you subscribe, that is one of the issues that is very much important. And I believe This is one of the experiences that we are going to make much more better for you. So let's add some activities here as we go on. So let's make this 20. Let's make this 17. Let's make this 10. So let's save this. So let's go back to the tracking screen. So let's click on our live trip. So we've made updates to the itinerary, but I believe it has not made updates in terms of these activities. So I think that is a logic that we are going to harmonize mostly when we are working with the backend to ensure that these updates are populated, given that there is interactions in between screens and that they are updated well, but we can still just try to make it here. Let's go to the integration that we have our trip, select another one and update. Maybe go back and we select our trip itinerary that we have been tracking. So let's go back to the tracking screen. So let me do this. Let me duplicate this itinerary. Let me duplicate it here and then resave it with another name. Let me duplicate it here. So this is a reference. That means it's trying to save itself with another name. So I'm going to call it Great Escape Safari. I'm going to finalize it. Let me finalize it here. And then let's go to the reservations. And I want to click here on the manage and pick out this very new Safari and update this. So it's bringing me start trip. So let me start it and track it. So this is the one that we've just started. Yeah, I think I updated it and I wasn't able to update and add activities here too.
Step in the place, energy high. All more the levels don't change. No more looking back at ground. We only look at the sky.
So let's
Like a flame, stay bright.
go here and recreate that. I'm going to recreate a new one and input new elements to it. If you love the content that we are putting out, please subscribe to the stream. Let's refresh this very so let me rewrite its name. So I've renamed it. So I'm going to first of all change to change these I want to change it to the current time and also change the dates. Change these activities. Also change the day to 13th. Change this day to, this is on the 14th. So let me finalize this. Let's go to the reservations. I change this and be able to track. I'm going to change the itinerary so that we can be able to track that specific new trip that we've generated. So I'm going to click start trip. So this is our element. So it is tracking this effectively well, but I think I need to realign the time for the dates and to make it much more better. If you love the content that we put out, I'm going to continue to call upon you to please subscribe to the stream, like it as we go on to build these apps effectively well. So let's continue here. I think we've I've seen the ticker is live, so it has switched to, because right now when it reached 9:22 it switched, and this is 9:22. It has just switched to this one to make the activity live. It's going to be live until when the next activity is going to come. So it is showing next, which is the next activity, and we wanted to harmonize this to ensure that the activity tracking timeline is good. So this is a better logic. Actually, I feel if you think this is logic that we can maybe besides this tour platform that we are building out, if we can really build this into a simple app where someone can track their activities that they get to do, like have an activity timeline of the activities that they get to do and a live ticker for that specific activity that is supposed to happen. If it is something that we can work on, please go in the chat section and let me know. I want to know your thoughts. If it is something that you would love us to work on and explore in terms of a mobile app, then I can be able to structure it out in terms of the layout and how it is supposed to be, and then we shall work on it in some of our subsequent streams. But this is the live tracker that has already been set out. Now, what I've noticed else is that the names have now been solved. Most of the things that have been solved now. This active card is currently its height is currently increases with more safaris that are tracked. But what I want is that I want it to have allocations for up to only 8 visible cards, and the rest of the cards, if they are there and they are not, if maybe they are, we have many items here, we need to add a scroll effect so that we can be able to view them, so that the items that are displayed here, they are the most recent 8 items, 8 cards, and the rest we can be able to scroll up and view the previous one. So we are going to sort that one first. Let's go here and find that functionality and sort it out very well. Now, on the itinerary screen, I've noticed on the itinerary screen, I've noticed that the active card, the card that encompasses all the trackable Safari cards, it is increasing as we add on more safaris that we are tracking. So the logic that we are going to fix is that it should display only 8 trackable cards at a time. 8 trackable cards. That means on each column it is going to display 4 cards. Then for the rest of the items, we are going to scroll up to be able to view the previous cards. That means the ones that are going to be displayed are the most recent trips that are being tracked. The 8 ones that are going to be displayed are the most recent ones. Then to access the previous ones, we are going to be able to scroll. You're going to add a scroll indicator to it. And also, you are going to hide this scroll indicator. The scroll functionality should be there, but the indicator should be hidden. The scroll indicator should be hidden so that we still maintain the exact view of this card, but I have scroll functionality and ensure that only 4 of these recent cards are displayed on that screen. So let's make that refinement. Let's refresh the master prompt. Now you're going to reference this master prompt that I've given you and ensure that we restructure this specific request to take on a prompt structure that we have in our master prompt document. And you provide me with the implementation plan, and after I will look into it, approve it, and then we go on to make changes to our app. Let's go on to work on this. If you love the content we put out, I'm calling upon you again, please subscribe to this amazing journey and join it to keep us accountable until when we are going to hit $500,000 in revenue from only the vibe coded apps that we are going to work on. So it's a journey that we've set for ourselves, and we know it is achievable. So please set it out very well. Kim. So let's set it out effectively well to ensure that these cards currently, when you look at the cards, when we are adding on more tracked safaris, they are coming here. So the card is the height of the active card increases with the added cards. But what I want to fix is that we have only 8 items here, so the rest we shall be able to scroll and view them. Then after we fix this, I'm going to work on these cards, the on schedule card, and then I'll work on this one. So we already have our implementation plan. So please let's proceed to map it out very well. So as you see, we've received an error. We are still making refinements. We are going to review that after our coding agent has completed. If you've not yet subscribed to the channel, I'm going to call upon you. Please subscribe and join us on this amazing journey. It's a journey that we've set out for ourselves. We want to hit $500,000 in revenue from vibe coded apps, and that is achievable because vibe coding is a new coding. These tools are very good. They can be able to build out complex systems that would take humans months and months to build. So I believe the building gets much more faster, but much more better. So we can be able to work on these platforms, put them out there, market them for the clients who are giving us platforms that we are going to build out. We shall charge them because we are on a journey to hit the fee that we are supposed to hit. So we charge them, then we automate these processes for them, for their businesses, but also we get to showcase what you're working on so that other people learn. So if you want to join a community that is geared to learn through this process, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe to the stream and be able to join. So we are making this refinements here. Currently, we have all these cards displayed, so we want to refine them and ensure that only a few are displayed here. So let's only work on this element and get to review it. And then we can be able to someone wanted me to break down my income right now. The income that we've received, it is income mostly for this specific platform. I partnered with this platform, and they had operations that they had set out, that they get to do on each and every day. So they gave me the activities of get to do this. I get to be paid per the functionalities that I ship to the tool. So they're already using the tool, so I get to set out a weekly milestone of what I want to achieve, and I'm being paid with in regards to what I'm adding in as per each functionality. So if I complete and then I get on a call and I get to review it with the manager of the business, then the payout is released. So I'm automating for a certain business and they are paying me per milestone. That is quite a very good way of incentivization, because when you are coding out, let's say I would code out this whole system and I'm waiting for the payment after the whole system has been put out, it's quite hectic. But currently, the payments that I'm receiving are the payments that I'm being paid for each and every functionality. So we set out what has to be done during the week, and I know that I'm supposed to deliver it on this date. So as when I deliver, and then we can be able to make review meetings, and then the payments come in. So that is the payment that I've received so far. But the other payments that I believe we are going to keep on receiving is that I'm in the journey of launching our first app on the store. So I will be making updates on the income as it comes in for the money that is going to come in from the apps that we are going to build. So keep on and subscribe to that so that you can follow along with what will be updated. So what I wanted us to check out is whether this element was refined very well. Let's reload it. So it was has been refined very well. The logic has been refined very well. It has been refined very well. So we are able to view these first 8 cards, and we can be able to scroll below and view others. We wanted this because this is a better practice. You don't have to view all of them. So it kept on expanding and expanding and distorting the view of our screen, which is quite amazing. Now we are going to work on these other elements. So let's continue. So for this card, which is the Serengeti migration card and the Ngorongoro crater cards, we are going to link them to the particular activity. So for this one, the Serengeti migration card, we are going to transform it to show the activities that is happening currently. So it is going to reference the title of the card, Serengeti migration, is going to reference the current safari that is happening. Then in the activity here below, where we get to see the name of the guide, we're going to replace it with that specific activity that is happening, and then it's going to pick up the number of the days, and then it's going to calculate according to the number of days how much is remaining to be completed for that specific good trip that is on schedule. Then this one, it is just going to show information, which is the Ngorongoro crater card. It's just going to show information for the upcoming trip, and still it's going to to show the percentage which we want, which will be at 0, the current percentage for it. And we're also going to input logic. If we have 2 trips that are concurrently happening, then they should be displayed here instead of the next trip that is scheduled based on the dates that are for the upcoming trips that are set out in the store logic. So let's make a request here. So now we have below that very card that we defined, we have two cards. We have the Serengeti card, and we also have the Ngorongoro creator card. We are going to refine these cards. So for the Serengeti card, we are going to ensure that we refine logic that for that particular trip that is going on, it is also shown in that very card, the title of the trip and then the trip ID. So for the element where we are being shown the name of the image of the guide and the name of the guide for that particular card, we are going to change it to display the name of the current activity that is happening in line to what are the current activity that is being shown on the activity timelines card. So that means when an activity is ongoing on the activity timeline card, it is the activity that will be shown there on that particular card. Now, when it comes to the Ngorongoro creator card, we are going to mostly show information. We are going to show information about a trip that is coming next in terms of the dates. So we need to look into our stored itineraries, look at the current dates that we have for the current trip, and then we look at the next trip that will be coming in the chronological order of the dates, and that is what we shall reference there. When it comes to the title, we shall show its title, its trip ID, and also we shall show its first activity, and far as the days are concerned that are set out. In terms of the percentages, both these cards have the percentages. In terms of the Serengeti card, where we are going to be referencing the active trip or the live trip, we are supposed to calculate the number of days that have so far been completed, and the ones that have not yet been completed, and calculate the percentage of that. Also, when it comes to the percentage of the next trip, we are going to calculate the activities that have been completed, and of which, if it is an upcoming trip, there won't be any activities that are completed currently. So we are going to show to set the percentage to 0. Also, in this very space, let's say if we have one trip that is live, that is okay. We are going to show the live card, which is going to replace what is currently we are having in the Serengeti card, and also we are going to show the card for the next trip. If we have a scenario where we are having 2 live trips, then that means the next card will be replaced to show the other live trip that is in play, and it will also have the same functionalities as the one that we've set for the Serengeti card. So I've referenced the master prompt that we use to rewrite the prompts in our implementation plan in a systematic way. So I'm going to call upon you to please restructure this implementation plan in a much more better way, following that structure, and ensure that each and every element, as I've explained it to you, is included in this detailed implementation plan. I'm going to review it, and then you can go on to make those changes to our app effectively well. So we are making changes to this. We want to ensure that the activities that are shown here where we have this text guide Samuel Kiplimo, where we have that text. I'm going to ensure that it is referencing the real activity that is happening at that particular time. And here, this one is going to reference mostly information for the coming or the next safari based on the date logic that has been set for the upcoming trips. And if we have 2 live safaris that are ongoing, then this Serengeti card is going to show one, and then this one is also going to show one. If you only have one, then the next card is the one that is going to appear. So I've set out clear instructions. I always try as much as possible to detail the instructions so that I can get the desired outcome. If you love the content that I'm putting out, I'm going to call upon you once again. Please subscribe to the stream, like it, and follow what we do. When you follow what we do, you're going to hold us accountable to what we are doing, and I believe this process is going to be even much more better. It's going to continue to get much more amazing for you, and also for me, the process. I'm going to learn a lot of things, but most importantly, I believe that we shall be able to hit our set targets for hitting $500,000 in terms of revenue. So if you love the process, please subscribe so that you don't miss out on our subsequent streams that we are going to be making until. So what I can assure you is that this process is going to go on. We are going to make these streams until when we hit that figure. The goal is that we will only stop to stream when this figure is hit. So before we hit it, we are going to use this as a learning process for us to build out as we learn, to build out as I learn from you, as you learn from me, and the process will continue like that. So until when we hit this figure, the streams are not going to stop. So you need to subscribe so that you can join in, you can get to watch what we do on a daily basis. It's going to be an enriching experience and one of the most amazing experiences, not only for me, but for you, the subscriber, and someone who has joined the community. So thank you for the subscriptions. Let's continue to work on this functionality, and then we are going to review it. So we are making just a few changes and ensuring that everything is set out very well. So we've refined this, which are the recent cards that we are working on. So our trips are quite defined. When you come here, and maybe like for this trip, it has been set for November the 3rd to May. When you click on it and go below, you see the tags. It says coming soon. So that means the tracker will be activated when the time comes for that trip. But we also have the ones that we are already completed, which are the tracked ones. When you click here, they are going to show completed. So that means the activities were completed. So this is a better practice for this tracker to have. So this is our first version of this platform. Definitely, when we are going to integrate the backend part of it to the platform, and we are going to deliver it to our client who requested it. But if there are any modifications that will be done to it, then definitely we shall be able to So, given that we have some live trips that we are tracking, which are 2 trips, we are viewing this. So it is showing, it is calculating the percentage of this safari, and because this is our safari, this is the one that we are tracking. Let's click on it. So it is showing here the one that is in play. It is ongoing. It is already 25% completed based on the activities that we have, and then it's going to keep on tracking. It's going to keep on tracking until when it is completed. So until when it is completed. So that is the functionality that we wanted to map out. Which is quite amazing. So for today, I think we are going to end here. We're going to resume tomorrow. If you want to get access to subsequent streams that you make, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hold us accountable on this amazing journey that we are on. And I believe you are going to hit this figure effectively well. If you have questions that you have, continue to work together until when we hit this milestone. Thank you.